And I will start with a statement I must read. And that, here it goes. This meeting is being held pursuant to and in compliance with ordinance number 20A6. Next, I've identified the members that are physically and electronically present. The members we have present today are myself, Anthony Arsali, Bob Beard, David Farrell, Karen Pape, and Evan Mayo. And they are all are here electronically. And we expect to have walk-in in a little bit shortly. And the remainder of this statement is that the public has the opportunity to access and participate in the electronic meeting through phone, computer, or tablet. Directions on how to connect are located on the Albemarle County website. The failure to state these items neither makes the electronic meeting illegal nor invalidates any action taken at the meeting. So my next item here is to determine that there's a quorum. We have a quorum. We have 5 of our 6 members. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the minutes of the May 9th, 2022 meeting. Has everyone had an opportunity to review the minutes that David prepared? Yes, David.
Call to order first.
Yes. Oh, I did not.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yes. The call to order should have happened first. The call to order, let's say it was at 1:02 p.m. just prior to my start. And I see the walkie is Mr. Wynn here as well. So, okay. So we have our quorum. We actually have all 6 members of the board present at this time. Now going to the approval of the minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the May 9th minutes?
Yes.
Yes, getting nods by everyone. Okay. Is there a motion to approve those minutes?
We had one change, the adjournment on number 8. Billy will change that. We're adjourning until June 23rd at 1 p.m.
Okay. Any motions to approve with that one change?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Thanks, Karen. A second?
I'll second.
Thanks, Evan. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's everyone. Okay, thank you. Before we go to our first hearing today, let's review and approve the rules of procedure. I believe Mr. Lynch sent over a copy of the most recent rules of procedure that we went over and discussed with the revisions that we made. I sent an email with respect to paragraph 8.6 based on the minutes that Mr. Farrell provided. That was the language we discussed at the last meeting. Is there anyone want to discuss the rules of procedure beyond that, or are we ready to move forward and approve those rules with that 8.6 language for 8.6?
I move to approve the language as proposed.
Okay, a second. I got Bob, it's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, so our rules of procedure are set and approved. So let's move on to our first hearing. And I apologize if so this is application number 2. The property address is 1210 Hunters Ridge Road, and the owners are the Thadathils. And sorry if I mispronounced that. So this is, before we get started, let me go ahead and just kind of explain the procedure and who we are. So good afternoon and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 6 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We act as an independent board to review these tax appeals. So how the hearing will work is as follows. The applicants will have 20 minutes to present their case. The assessor will then have 20 minutes to present their case, and the applicants will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. During the hearing, it's possible that members of the board may stop and ask questions to just get clarification while we're going through this. One note I do want to bring up for the applicants, it should have been in the materials, is the fact that just note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. So the presumption is that the assessment is correct. So the burden of proof is on the applicant to show that it's not. And one last, was there something there? So before we begin, let's go ahead and swear in the witnesses. So whoever is going to be testifying as to this this case, this hearing, please raise your right hand and yeah, just let me know yes afterwards. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And
Yes.
okay, so I get yeses from everyone. That's okay. Thank you all. All right, and this is for the applicant. Before we begin, any questions you may have for us? David, yeah.
I just quick, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. The interpreter, could I have your name, please, for the record?
Sure. Give me just a moment. Step out of my role. My name is Mona, M-O-N-A, and my last name is M as in Mary, E as in Edward, H as in Hank, R as in Robert, and then pour like you're pouring a cup of water, P-O-U-R.
Thank you.
All right, if the applicant doesn't have any questions, they may proceed with their case.
So good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to go ahead and introduce ourselves, and then we can go ahead with the case. My name is Jacob. This is my wife, Denise, and we are the owners of the home of 1210 Hunters Ridge Road. And I'd like to thank you all for taking this opportunity in allowing us to present our case for uniform topic of our home and to assess the value of our home compared to our two neighbors. Again, to assess that value. So our neighbors' homes, their address is 1190, and the other one is 1230. And you can see that that was provided in the material sent to you for comparison purposes. So we will be comparing the three homes and assess the value that has been increased from 2021 to 2022. When we first received the county assessment report, our home was assessed, was valued at, increased by 18.4% compared to the two neighbors' home assessment, which was around 8.9%. So we requested the county office for the assessment review. And they had sent one assessor to our home. They checked the property and inside the house. They sent us a reassessed home value report. Though the reassessed total value was decreased by $7,000, the reassessed value is almost doubled at 16.2% compared to the two neighbors' home, which values increased from 2021 to 2022. So I would like to take the opportunity to discuss the uniform rate after reviewing some documents sent by Mr. Peter Lynch that was sent over to us, which the document includes our home at the address of 121 Hunter Ridge Road, the cost report, 1210 Hunters Ridge Road property record card, excuse me, a complete grade guide 2022. And fourth, what was sent was the 2022 residential valuation model description. Both Denise and I reviewed this. The county cost report showed the cost rate for our home is SIN, which is a code that was used. And the base rate they used was $113.60, which was puzzling because when looking at the 2022 residential valuation model description document, it showed the base rate at $113. And so we use that number of $113 to compute our home value and other units to see if the new assessed value would be uniform. So we reviewed the document, Complete Grade Guide 2022, and found that the county office assigned county grade of B2, good -2 to our house, while they assigned county grade something different, which was at the grade of B2, C+1, average plus or minus to several homes on Hunter's Ridge Road. And their house size, square feet range within the county grade definition states 1,800 to 2,200. However, our house should get the county grade of C+1, average plus quality. As our house total square feet, 1,556, which is within the county grade definition. Again, states 1,400 to 2,200. So we use that grade factor of 1.12 for house grade. Again, 1.12 for the house grade of C1 plus 1. Sorry, give me just a moment. Okay, let me say that again. So we use the grade factor 1.12 for the house grade to assess the house value at C1 plus 1 average plus to compute the house value for justification. The county office used that grade factor of 1.2 for the house grade that was given to us at B2, good -2. And that was not in the computed rate when purchasing the house. Next, for the unit value additions, we reviewed the county cost report and we used the same 5 unit values, which include the bathroom, the fireplace, cooling type, garage, and porch to compute the home value. We removed the exterior wall value. And the reason for that is the house has cedar siding, which is part of the house grade of C1 plus 1 average plus. We also removed the storage shed value as is, since it already included in the outbuilding items of the property record card. We saw that it was doubled and did not understand why. Based on the above mentioned changes, we computed the RCN value at $261,540 compared to the county's RCN value, which was at $291,385, which stood higher. So this, what I just explained was the reasoning for this appeal. And so we reviewed the exterior items, which were valued on the property record card. The county report computed a total with the life expectancy of the generator at 100 years. And we didn't, without realizing that that was not realistic. We've used it for 25 years. And so the generator life expectancy should decrease by 2 years of depreciation. And that was installed back in 2019. The value of the generator from the 2020 residential valuation model document is valued at $7,500 opposed to $8,300, which was shown on the county report. We found that to be incorrect. We computed, and so this information and found that the added discount valued at $6,900. For the storage shed, we use that value of $33.84 per square feet, which came from the document. And added its value with that with the 70% discount. Excuse me, 30% discount, which left the life expectancy of 70%, and found that the value of the shed was at $4,548. So we don't have any appeal for the property value. So we added the, excuse the interpreter, we added the same land value at $105,800 and got the new house value at $344,788.21. The new assessment increased its percentage by 8.39%. That will be uniform to the neighbor's home value increase. So collectively, with a property value from 2022. The value again would be at $344,788.21. Or in other words, it would be $344,800. The 25,000 decrease, excuse me, it's 25,000 less than what the county reports reassessed value is, which was stated at $369,800. So the county's report is increased by how much? So again, the county's reassessed value is at $369,800. And as I explained my reasoning through this presentation, we found that it's $344,800, which shows a difference of $25,000 less to what we found. So based on that, the house value has increased from 2021 to 2022. Let me look, 8.39%, which would be uniform to our neighbors surrounding us. So that is our case, and I have presented it. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions, please share.
Thank you very much. I don't have any questions at this point. Do any other members of the board have any questions right now? Getting nods of no. So I will turn it over to the assessor to make their presentation, and then the applicant will have some time for 5 minutes to rebuttal at the end.
Mr. Arsali, I will get, and only because I want to correct the record on what we submitted to you. Mr. Fanafel was correct. The two properties that he provided, and he lists in the document where we list the subject and the two comparables, they are C+1 grade and not B-2 that we indicate on that piece of paper. So I just wanted to straighten that out before we start talking here. And then Jim, are you going to present what you found? You need to unmute yourself.
How's that?
Yes.
Okay. I inspected the property on March 23rd, as the property owner said, did an interior inspection, measured the house, took photos. I met with the owners and an ALS interpreter. We discussed the assessment, the recent purchase. They purchased the property, let's see here. They purchased the property on October 29th, 2021 for $395,000. I went over the property details, verified that 2 of the bedrooms have carpet, and then there's hardwood throughout the rest of the house. We revised the depreciation from good to average on the interior inspection, and then the grade was changed to B-2. The house was left in average condition. There was a small 2% view adjustment, positive adjustment for a pond in the rear, but based on the inspection when I was there and the trees and the other neighbors, we removed that 2% positive inspection to the site to bring it in line with the neighboring sites and other sites in the neighborhood.
So that's the inspection of the property and the updating of the information based on that.
Yes, correct.
The Fanafels raised a kind of a uniformity question or defense on the value. There's no uniformity of the change in, percent change of properties from one year to the next. They can change differently based on different inputs that are included, styles of home and stuff like that. But they can also change based on the updating of information. So quite often when a property sells, we get more information on a property and we update the information. That causes the overall value to change differently than it would have if it hadn't been updated. Also, I just wanted to respond. Mr. Fatterfield mentioned that, among other things, that they excluded the exterior wall value because the exterior wall was included in the grade. I believe that's what he said. But the exterior wall as an extra, as an item of the cost approach is, or the valuation model is there in all properties. So whatever the exterior wall type is will determine what that amount that we use in the model. And it's separate. It might be an item that's included in determining the grade, but it's a separate item in the valuation of the property. So taking that out of valuation of his home would make it not uniform with all the other properties in the county. So that's all I want to add. I don't know if Billy wanted to add anything.
Not specifically, I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Otherwise, we have you have the record of the property.
Does anyone, is that all for your, for the assessors? Okay, anyone have any questions?
Interpreter, sorry to interject. I just need clarification. Mr. Lynch, who were you referring to as far as who has the record on the property?
The board members have the information that we provided about the property.
Thank you.
David, you had a question?
Yeah, I just want to make sure everyone everyone is cognizant of the last sentence of the appraiser's report. This house was listed for public records will show that this house was listed for $345,000 and it sold rather quickly for $395,000. So the applicant paid $50,000 over the list price. We can only assume that there was competing offers to get this property. So I'm a little confused as to why, if the applicant just paid $395,000, the applicant says it's now worth $344,000. Do you have a comment on that by chance?
Are you asking us for our comment?
Yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear. Yeah, so you just paid $395,000. Why do you say it's now worth $344,000?
I'm very happy that you asked that. We had sold our previous home in Northern Virginia. We moved our things into a storage unit. The two of us, we were looking for a home. We made the offer on some houses, which then were turned down due to high competition. We were outbidded. And because we were running out of time, that home where we purchased it, we really liked the environment surrounding it. Our realtor had notified us that the previous owners did have other offers. But we said that we wanted to get this house. And so then we went ahead and we did the highest bid. And so from that is how we were able to get our home. And then following it, there were some complications. We were told that So our agent had notified us that the property was at high value, which was over $400,000. And that was through mortgage. Excuse me. So we wanted to go with the budget of 400,000. So we really didn't need that house, but the agent had warned us and told us that there was not a lot of value. But we were looking for someplace to live. Excuse me. We were looking for someplace to live, but the agent did warn us that it was not worth the value that it was at. But we went ahead and put forth the offer, and that's when they accepted our offer from 400,000 to 395,000. And so that is why we purchased it. But it was due to high competition, due to the housing market being extremely hot. And of course, this was during the pandemic.
Thanks.
So
Thank you.
it was a risk we took. I am aware of that. And we put in our offer for a home that didn't have that did not hold that type of value.
Thank you. Peter, you have your hand up.
Mr. Arsali, if I could just make the comment that is the market. What Mr. Thatterfield just described was the market. It wasn't just his house. It was really across the market that people were paying above asking price. And that becomes the value once you're analyzing all the sales that took place in 2020. So I just want to make that.
Okay, thank you. And we're going to have the Thatterfields are going to have an opportunity to do the rebuttal as well still. I think this was more for questions for the assessor at this point, but I saw Karen, I saw your hand up.
I do. I have two questions. My first question has to do with that shed. And so I know that the appellant said that he took that cost out because he thought it had been included twice. Peter, could you address that, please? Or Jim, either of you?
We can. I looked at the record when he said that, and I don't see it being included twice in the record.
Well, it looks, I think from what he was saying there, it's included in the cost approach under storage shed. Is that included in the cost approach for the house? You've got the storage shed. Is that included in the cost approach for the house and then separately as a separate building?
I'm looking at the cost sheet that we provided the Thatterfields, and it's not an item on the cost for the house. It is included as an outbuilding, which would be added to the total. But the only things that are included that are—
Right, could you repeat that again? It's included in the what?
I'm sorry, what was that?
I apologize to interject. I heard that it's not included in the cost, but it's included in the—
It's not included in the cost workup for the house, the building itself, but it's included in an outbuilding, which is added to the building value afterwards. So the items that are included in the building itself are the full bathrooms, fireplaces, cooling type, exterior wall, and then a garage and a porch.
I can probably interject too, Pete. In the original cost report on the property, we had the shed was actually sketched with the house, and that was removed from the sketch because it was a carryover from our old system to the new system, and it was something that you couldn't tell unless you had the sketch in full screen. So the shed was moved into the outbuilding field where it should have been listed anyway. And the sketch that had the shed was removed from the sketch.
Thank you, Billy, but it wasn't included twice in the value. It was just included in the outbuildings for the value that we reported last based on the review.
Yes, that's true.
That's correct.
So for clarification, so on your sheet, the property record card, you have a $2,300 value for the storage building as an outbuilding.
Well,
On the cost sheet on the units value addition, it says sketch area, storage shed, and it's approximately 6,500. So that 6,500 was not added as part of the value, the 2,300 was.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're only valuing the storage one time at $2,300.
Actually, the storage value that was on the sketch, that was removed from the sketch, and that value was added into the outbuilding. So the outbuilding value is $9,100 in our outbuildings.
I'd like to interject. Looking
Go
here,
ahead.
in 2022, the residential value of the model for the outside, outbuilding, the value was $33.84 per square feet. So calculating the shed based off of that was at $192. Excuse me, 192 square feet. Excuse me, 192 square feet. Plus the discount of 30%, which leaves it at 70%, totaling to $4,548. Not $9,000 as that was just said. So with that number that was just given at 9,000, I'd like to know why it is valued at such a high rate. Where did you get that number?
And before you go into that as well, I just want to make sure we're looking at the same property record card and it hasn't been revised, because if on ours for the 2022 assessment has a value of $253,500 for the building, $2,300 for the outbuilding, and $8,200 for the extra feature. With
Could you
23,
repeat that again?
that was where the building is $253,500, outbuilding $2,300, extra feature $8,200, and it has the extra features: the generator, the outbuilding is the storage, and then I'm assuming the building is the building. So that's, I just want to make sure, because I don't see that 9,000 something figure on the card I'm looking at. And so this is a question for the assessor to see where we just want to make sure all our numbers are correct.
Okay,
That's true. We discovered that the carryover from our old system had this shed sketched on our sketch and listed in the outbuildings. So we removed the shed from the sketch and added that value into the outbuilding to the $2,300. And that created the $9,100 value for the shed.
So the building value is lower then? It's less than the 253,500 on are your numbers different now?
No, the numbers still worked out to be 369,800. So
Is the breakdown is different?
yes, just the value that was attributed to the outbuilding is different because of the double entry on the sketch and then a separate entry in the outbuildings.
Do you mind sharing what those revised numbers are? So we're working out the same thing.
Yes. So
Billy, hold on a second. So I just found in this record that for some reason, the value was overridden in the outbuildings at $9,100 in the current record. However, the value of the outbuilding that we assessed the property at for this reassessment was $2,300 for the
Right.
outbuilding. So I think the $9,100 is erroneous. The $2,300 is correct for the outbuilding and is what we included in the total value of $369,800.
But does that building value of 253,500, is that also have does that include the storage as part of that 253,500? It does not. Okay, so
It does
the
not.
storage is simply being valued at $2,300.
Correct.
Well below. Okay, so that's, I think, a non-issue. The generator is being valued at $8,200, and I know there was some they're proposing that it should be valued at $7,500. But, and Karen, I don't know if I don't want to hijack your line of questioning. The only one other question I just had, and then I'll jump back, is just I think the only other thing I saw was the grade, which is you have this as the B-2, and the other two comparables are like two neighbors are C+1. And if you could just explain the reasoning behind that.
That was based on the inspection of the property we did in March. So we determined based on that inspection and the information that we found that this house should actually be a B-2.
So with the 253,500 value that you did as earlier before March, were you using the C+1 or were you using the B-2?
We were using C+1.
That's also C+. Okay.
Prior to the original value we reported, we were using C+1 and we were using good condition. As a result of the review, we changed it to average condition and a B-2.
Got it. Karen, please.
That's okay. I do have one other question. On the appellant's spreadsheet that talks about the three comparables, they have the square footage of 1230 Hunters Ridge Road at 3,010 square feet. And in your analysis, in the assessor's analysis, I think the square footage of that building is noted as 1,594 square feet. Is that because of the square footage finished in the basement? Has that been included?
Yes.
I see. Okay. All right.
Jacob speaking. For that house, that totaled the square feet, included the basement, which was at 3,010 square feet.
Mhm. Okay.
And that again includes the basement.
All right. Thank you.
When I looked at their home, I looked at photos through the internet. The basement was complete. It's a beautiful room. It's big. And so that's what I saw. And it's not a crawl space of any.
Mhm.
That is when I put that number down at 3,010 square feet.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions before I take it back to the applicants for the rebuttal? Okay, I think probably addressed most of the things already through these questions, but if you have anything else you want to add, and this is again directed to the applicants, please feel free at this time.
So with the outside storage shed, the outside unit, I had looked at the housing cost report. And what I saw was that the unit's value in total included the shed. And that was priced at $6,497. It was just mentioned that was removed, but I don't see it here on this document in front of me that it has been removed. So that's one that I am rebuttaling. And I also shared about the computed value of our house. And with the outdoor shed, including that outdoor shed, excuse me, at 33.84 square feet, which then was calculated at 192 square feet, which leaves the life expectancy of 70%. That then it is equal to 4,548, whereas in your report, the cost states $2,300. So if you accept the 2,300, that's wonderful. Rather than the 9,000. We did pay $395,000 for the house. That's what the offer was. But again, it was said that due to the market price, it did not meet the house value. Whereas the house had originally been posted for $345,000, but because of competition in the market, it was offered at a high rate. And the neighboring houses within the area is what's compared. So if you were to assess our neighbor's home and see what their market price was, their home would be at a higher value. Excuse me, let me get clarification. So if you assess our home value based off of what we paid for, because of the market being so high, you can do the same thing to our neighbor's home and anyone surrounding. You can predict what the market price would be. And of course, the house value then goes up. So it doesn't make a difference. But it comes down to the value of the home based off of the home material. And one more thing about the exterior side, that was also explained with the house grade. C1+1 average plus, which is, but it is not B2, B2. The total square feet is outside of what our square footage is, where our home is at 1,556 square feet. So I feel that given that grade at B2, B2 is not accurate. So the grade factor of 1.12 was, sorry. So we use 1.12, whereas the housing grade, C1+1 average plus, compared with what the county has at the grade of 1.2 based on the housing grade of B2, B2, which is much higher.
Well, thank you very much. I don't know if you have anything else to add, but I think we appreciate your presentation.
I would add one more thing, and the exterior walls have to be removed in the total unit because of the standard.
We understand that argument. again, thank you so much for your time today. Thank you for presenting. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and confer, make a decision, and we will send you our decision in the mail. It probably should get to you within the next 2 weeks. Thank you again for your time, and I'm glad it worked out with everything, how we did this today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. This is Denise. Thank you. This is Jacob. Thank you so much for providing the sign language interpreter to ensure effective communication to the Board of Equalization. This is my, hopefully this was a good experience with you, whether it's been your first time working with somebody that is deaf or hard of hearing, and that it can continue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
All right. Is any discussion on this? We have a few minutes here. Or any other questions?
Well, we know if they paid $395, there was a $390 bid behind it or higher.
Most likely.
Yeah.
The only, and it looks like based on what's there, that it actually was the lower, obviously lower grade, but better condition, which I'm assuming that would probably be a wash. Is there any other explanation for the fact that I understand the sale is right before it, which is kind of the clearest indicator of value, but is there, I know they're really focusing on this cost idea. It appears that the generator was added this year. Is that right? It wasn't added before. So that was part of that jump, the 8,200.
Right.
So that was one thing. Anything, I mean, really the delta then at that point is not much if you take out the 8,200 between those other two, with those other properties. Is there anything else? Was there anything else there?
No, sir.
Okay. Anybody else have anything else they want to add, or do you want to put someone to make a motion?
I do have one other question. His argument about this exterior wall, if the grade has been changed, is that a legitimate argument? I'm not familiar with your cost, data or your sourcing for your cost approach.
So I don't know if I can answer if it's a legitimate argument. All I can say is that it is a part of the model. So whatever siding is, it's tension and it's got natural stone. The natural stone is going to be included at whatever that our cost item for a natural stone per square foot is. And be considered a mansion. So this is a B-2, and it's got that siding and the adjustment, the component or cost for that siding is included. So the two of them don't exclude each other. They're really a part of the model.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. Yeah.
So do we have a motion?
I mean, if there's no discussion, I'd suggest the motion of leaving it unchanged. I didn't see any reason to move it down. I mean, as a discussion point. I don't know if anyone else has any.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they met the preponderance of evidence standard to adjust it to something else in particular. There may have been some disagreements with the methodology of the proposal, but to me, the best evidence would be the fact of purchasing it at that higher price, as recently as 8 months ago. That's kind of the most definitive piece of evidence, in my opinion, and that would suggest that the house is actually underassessed.
Seems to me they were a little bit surprised that the value that they paid when they bought the house is included in the assessment. And sorry, folks, it is.
Yeah.
It seems like they were frustrated with the fact that their neighbors are being assessed at a lower number. And so, but I also had the effect, I don't know if the effective year built on the other, this one was 2009. I don't know if it was earlier on those other two. And Pete, you don't have to worry about checking it for my purposes, but I was just, that might be part of it as well. But this is just a more value. This is a better condition, or well, I guess the condition was the same, but it was the building grade was higher. So
For the sake of clarity, and maybe I missed it, but how is it that the numbers came out? Their increase was 16.25 and the neighbors was 8.99. Where was that distinction that caused that discrepancy? Just for the sake of clarity.
Part of that was the generator, and
Okay.
not a lot, but part of it. And then the change in the grade.
Gotcha. Okay. All right, cool.
if there's no further discussion, I think David has a motion still.
Sure, I'll make the motion to affirm the assessment, the current assessment as stated.
And I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, that's our first hearing.
Excuse me, Anthony,
Yes.
I'm gonna hop off and hop right back on. I've been having some computer problems.
No
So
problem.
before the next appellant comes on. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Okay.
Anthony, just thinking about, I know we had the interpreter, just thinking about the order procedure for the hearing. Are we going to try to stick to 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 5 minutes?
It's 2025.
20, 20 and 5? Okay.
Yeah. 20, and 5. So yeah, because of the interpreter, I was giving him some extra time.
Thanks. I think
yeah.
that made sense.
But it worked out pretty well, actually.
I thought so. Yep.
I was happy with that. Interpreter did a great job.
I think I am done, but I will also mention that the day I did the inspection, the interpreter that came was also very, very good. And the property owners seemed pleased that day with the way things went with my communication during the inspection.
Yes, thank you, Jim.
Thanks,
All
Jim.
right. All right, thanks.
So I'd like to give an update on our next applicant. Hopefully they will appear. I've contacted them twice today and emailed yesterday as a reminder of their hearing, and I haven't heard anything back from them. So, and I do not see them as an attendee waiting to be admitted to this meeting.
Any thoughts in terms of, should we give them 5 minutes before we start?
I have no objection to that if you want to do that.
Makes sense to me.
We'll give them 5 minutes till 2:05, and if they don't appear, then we'll just go ahead and have the assessors. We'll review obviously their packet and the assessors and go from there. I'm gonna go ahead and step away for a minute. I'll be right back.
Danielle, you just arrived, right? Perfect, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to step away for just a second. Mr. Arsali, I just want to remind you, if the Duranics don't appear, then we'll have to swear in Danielle.
Yes, thank you.
Anthony, I'm going to add the swearing in of witnesses to the sort of my template. Will that just always be the second item? I mean, will that be the first thing you'll do?
That'll be well, I did the kind of the introduction first, I
Right,
guess.
okay.
And then
Introduction
right
and
after
then swearing in of the witnesses?
that, yeah, just
okay.
prior we start.
Perfect. I'll add that.
Okay, thanks. Okay, it's 2:06 actually, so give him 6 minutes. Billy, I'm assuming they're not on our Zoom meeting.
I just message from Nicole with IT. Oh, okay. If you could give us a few minutes so I can find out the status. I believe they may be here. I'm not sure. I'm going to.
Okay.
Okay, he's here. I'm going to admit him.
Good afternoon, Mr. Juranek. If you could turn on your video if possible. We're going to go ahead and get the hearing started. You are on mute.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay.
So I'm not at a stationary computer. I am driving presently. So do we have to do the video?
No, you don't. I just wanted to make sure you could hear me and you were present. So if you want to go ahead and turn off your camera, I think we should be fine. I don't think we have a requirement that the video be on.
Well, the complication is I'm doing this
So let
on
me
a
go ahead and
handheld. And so the controls are not obvious to me. It's not obvious. I think you control my controls, but at any rate, as long as if we're not worried about video, I'm free to talk.
I've turned off your video for you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let me go ahead and begin. Good afternoon and welcome. We're the Board of Equalization. The board is comprised of 6 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board and we'll be listening to your tax appeal today. So here's how the hearing will work. You will be provided with 20 minutes to present your case. The assessor will be given 20 minutes to respond, and then you will have a 5-minute rebuttal. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you or the assessor questions. Please note that per Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness as to the assessor's assessment, so the burden of proof is on the applicant. Before we begin, we're going to swear in the witnesses. Mr. Juranic, I can't see you, and I don't, while you're driving, I don't really want your video on, but I do ask, and I believe we're okay with it without you having raising your right hand, but I do need to have some kind of verbal affirmation of after the swearing in. So I will have, I think Danielle, you'll be the other witness that has not already been sworn in. So if you can raise your right hand, please. And this is both to you and Mr. Juranic. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Yes,
Yes.
okay, thank you. Mr. Juranic, do you have any questions before we begin?
I don't.
Okay, so please, please proceed. We have the packet, so please feel free to make your oral presentation.
Okay, well, I'm sure I don't need minutes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And so my objection has to do with the unique nature of our real estate, right? So first of all, I have a house that originally was constructed in 1890 and then has been added onto numerous times over the next 100 years. So I think as a structure, there's very little comparison. I think that also due to the history of the house and the age of the house, I think that the issues related to the structure are serious, enduring, ongoing, and make it less than what others might consider a grade A residential, a grade A residence. So I think as a homeowner, as well as somebody that potentially would be selling the home, there's a lot more liability to it intrinsically than you can know. And while Danielle did come out and visit the house after the initial assessment, and in particular, I took her into the basement. No, actually, I didn't take her anywhere because she was unable to come into the house because of COVID restrictions. We relied on photographs that I subsequently took and sent to her. But so what I'm presenting here is that I have a residence that I have lived in for a long time with my family. It is unique. It's in, I think that what it looks like on paper is different than what it actually appears to be. And I believe that the assessment, which increased, I was told, straight line according to all the other properties that have the characteristics of my home. And remember, I attest that my home is very unique. So it's hard to imagine that there's a lot of, if you're going to categorize it and then say, well, everything in this category is subject to this amount of an increase. I'm going to always resist that, protest that, because I think it's not realistic. And if you truly knew my house, you would understand that. But you can only know the house from what you see in your data and from what Danielle was able to observe on a brief and remote visit. And so another component of this is I think that the land valuation, which also increased by double digits, doesn't take into account that there's a neighborhood road that bisects all that acreage. So I think you look at it and say, okay, it's 6 acres. It's actually probably 3 contiguous acres on one side, and then 2 parcels on another side, maybe 3 parcels on another side. And I'm here to tell you that those parcels cannot be enjoyed as a landowner might enjoy 6 contiguous acres. In fact, those parcels actually become maintenance expenses because it's important that you maintain those parcels that the road go along. You do so at your own expense, and you do so out of respect for your neighborhood and your neighbors. So this is another component of this property assessment that I think puts it in a different category. I several months ago sent several comps looking through the MLS and trying to figure out what would be like this. All of them, in my opinion, were stretches, but I did the best I could in saying, here are comparable properties, and if you were to evaluate their assessments or their increases, that would be another set of data that you might put alongside the standard data that you're using. So these things together represent my argument for requesting a reduction in my annual assessment. I believe that the assessment that you've given me is perhaps straight line with everyone else that has it, but no one has a property like mine. And I don't think the value of my property is increasing at the same rate that you assess the value of others in the county. That closes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. Juranic at this time? No questions at this time, so we'll turn it over to the assessor for their presentation.
Danielle, would you like to tell us about the property?
I mean, when I went out there, I walked around the outside with Mr. Juranic, and as far as, what he said, it was built in the 1800s, and it looked as if it had, like he said, there was additions that were added onto the property throughout the years. I didn't see anything as of the data that we had and the information we had. I didn't see anything to be offered or different than what we already had in our assessment.
We provided in our packet the sales from the market area, but we also provided, so that was all of the sales from the market area, but we also provided 4 comparable sales that are of the same grade as this property, similar grade to this property. They were built at different times. One was built in 1911, one in 1900, and the other 2 were more recent. And then we include the comparables that Mr. Juranic had provided also. Do not, obviously we have some very old homes in the county, and the fact that they've been added on to and updated is a good thing for the value of the property, not a negative. I wanted to address specifically, Mr. Juranic was talking about his separate, how the property was broken into 2 parts and split by the road. And I'm gonna, if it's okay, Mr. Arsali, I'm gonna share my screen and show you the map just so everybody can see what it looks like.
That's fine by me, and I don't know if Mr. Juranic can see it. Again, I prefer if he's driving, he's not looking at the screen.
Exactly.
But we can explain, if to the extent if you can explain what you're showing us,
Okay.
while you're describing it, that'd be helpful.
All right. Okay. Are you seeing this, the map? The aerial photograph?
We can see it.
Okay. So this is the property outlined in blue. This area we are assessing. I'm going to go back and forth between it and the property photo. We are assessing this little section of 0.73 acres in its residual land. So the land is assessed with a home site and then the rest of the acre, the home site of 2 acres, and then the residual land added at a lower rate, which is about 15% of the home site rate. And so the remainder of the land over the 2 acres is already reduced. And then this section of 0.73 acres is reduced another 50% for utilities. So we are addressing the fact that this is separately located across the street from his house. So I just want to let you know that we are addressing that. Now, before I stop sharing my screen, does anybody have any questions relating to this photograph?
Could you just put the stats back up? You're valuing that little piece of land, was it $4,900?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I have a question.
Perfect.
In your assessment of that property over which power lines go, do you take into account that in the last decade, our power in this neighborhood has gone out no fewer than on average 6 times a year? And when it goes out, it stays out on average 14 hours. Those are both data points that matter because we're in a rural county neighborhood that also I'll mention is in the flight path, which is a consideration when someone wants to come and buy a house, right? It matters. But power outage here is perhaps as severe as anywhere in the county. I will assert that vigorously. And in fact, we endured a power outage last night. It happened at 2 in the morning and stayed out until 11 a.m. this morning. And so I'm wondering if that's factored into your land assessment.
No, it is not directly factored in, but it is factored in the fact that we use comparable data from the market area, which is similar and has the same influences as your property. So, I mean, I lost power last night, just not for that long, and I'm in a neighborhood. So know that. So yes, we are addressing that by using comparables, by assessing this property based on the market areas sales.
Yep. And I thank you for that. And again, I just want to, the point of that is based on market area sales. And I have an extremely unique property that doesn't look like the market area.
Okay, I'm going to, Mr. Arsali, I'm just going to see if Billy wants to add any further information on top of what we provided in our packet.
No, I think we've covered everything we intended to.
Any questions from the board members for the assessor? Don't see any at the moment. I have one question myself. So the increase, so it doesn't look like the land value is, I mean, land value was increased, but not substantially relative to the structure value. The building value was increased over 90,000. In terms of, is there something with the inputs that changed that? Was the sales? What went into that? Did you all change anything in terms of your inputs between last year and this year?
Billy, do you have the information on market area 114 and if the rate changed on the land? We can look that up if Billy doesn't have it right in front of him.
Well, I'm thinking about more of the structure, not the building value, not the land value.
No changes in the structure.
I'm just looking for this. I'm asking the assessor because when in terms of calculating the numbers, just trying to see if there's a change in any inputs they put in.
Right. So there may have been a change to either or both the land rate and the factor used on the improvements. So we're going to have to look. We don't have that right in front of us. We're going to have to look and see what it was last year and what it is now. And those changes would be based on the sales that happen in the neighborhood.
Yeah, there wasn't anything specifically about this property that changed. It was an overall, the whole market area changed.
Okay, yes, there's no change to condition, grade, square footage, anything like that. Okay.
No.
So just the market area adjustments.
Yes.
And so it would be, and I understand that Mr. Janik has an objection to that, but it was similarly implemented to all the homes in that area, whatever that change was. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, let's move. Mr. Janik, do you have a rebuttal?
Well, you just asked a question, I thought, but I think it went unanswered. Could you back up 45 seconds and ask the question again?
They did answer it. So what I asked was, I asked whether or not, because obviously there's the change in valuation. So you have the different, from 2021 to 2022, they changed the value went up 100,000. Sometimes that value is increased because the inputs are different. So they might find out the square footage is different or the condition is different, etc. So what the assessor confirmed is there was no change made to the inputs. So the information that they put in there is the same was last year as it is as of 2021 as it was 2022. That the difference in value had to do with the change in the market and the sales in the market, and what their kind of the formula comes out. So that was the question I had, and that's the answer that they provided.
Sure. And so an observation about that question, because if that were true and from 21 to 22, why was it not true from 20 to 21? Did the market swing that dramatically between 21 and 22?
Between 20 and 21, you mean? Yes.
Okay, so if the market did swing that dramatically, you'll note that my assessment increased by $10,000, by less than 3%. And right, or the fair market improvements increased to 12,000, which is about 3%, and the land stayed the same. And yet the market was as strong between 20 and 21 as it was between 21 and 22.
We're talking between 19 and 20 and 20 and 21.
No, David, we're talking about between the 20 and 21. There was little change. Between 21 and 22 is when there was a large change.
Correct. But the assessment of 22 is based on the sales of 21. So we're looking at the difference between, in my opinion, 19 and 20 and 20 and 21.
Yeah, I don't think.
So,
and yes, it changed.
Might I back that question up one time? I mean, we all know we've been living through a real estate bull market in Albemarle County. What was the percentage change between 19 and 20?
I don't have that. I don't think we have that in front of us for this property. But so what I think, I just want for clarification, what Mr. Farrell was saying, and he's one of our board members, he was saying that when you're looking, so when we're doing the 22 assessment, it's as of January 1st, 2022. So that's actually based on 21 sales. Any sales that happened in 2021. For 21, you're looking at 2020 sales. For the 2020 assessment was based on 2019 sales. So I think his clarification or distinction was, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but between 19 and 20, which is that difference there, the 20 to 21 type thing, the number, there wasn't as much of an appreciation in the market as there was between 20 and 21, which comes into the 20, that makes that difference between the 21 and 20. Kind of confusing in terms of, but it's the same idea.
Well, it is the same idea, but I think what we're doing is we're basically just we're applying math, right? We're saying, okay, so in this year, the appreciation occurred at this rate, and therefore your assessment will also occur at a similar rate. And what I'm asking is why 2 years ago that wasn't the case. It seems random to me that that I would be subject to a 21% increase in my assessment just because we had a robust year in 2021. We probably had a robust year in 2020 as well, and we did also in 2019. So I think it is material to compare those rates, 2019 and 2020, to my assessment. And then once we've identified that, then compare it to the assessment that's being proposed here.
I'll let the assessor address that, but my understanding is that that's what they do. So they gave us a whole list of sales that happened in 2021 in your area, and that's what the basis, what the difference is. And I'll let the assessor probably can clarify that better than I can.
So first of all, I want to answer your question because I now have the answer. We changed the building multiplier from 100% or no change for the 2021 assessment to 110% for the 2022. That's why the improvement values changed on all properties in the market area over from the 21 assessment to the 22 assessment. And I do not have the 2020 sales study in front of me, but based on the 2020 sales that were available for the 2021 reassessment, that's how we set the values for 2021. So whatever those were telling us is what we assessed it at. And we either didn't have enough sales that took place in this market area to really tell us which way to go, or the sales that happened in 2020 told us that there was only a very slight increase in market area 114. However, the sales that took place in 2021 told us that there was, and that's the list that we included, told us that there was a large increase for this market area, and that's the information that we have to use in order to determine the new assessments. Now, I also want to point out that the change in value has no bearing, the percent change or the dollar change has no bearing on the assessment. It's not a reason to appeal. It's not a reason to say that the assessment is wrong. The assessment is based on the sales that take place in the appropriate set of data, which is the 2021 sales. And that's what these assessments are based on.
Okay, and so, I mean, I think thank you for sharing that information. And I think both sides have basically shared all the information that we have. I rest my case that your assessment is based on an average or on the movement of an entire marketplace. And what I have is a property that doesn't look like 99% of what constitutes the average. And I think that if you look under the hood, you'll find that this isn't a house that deserves a 21% assessment increase, but instead it's a house that, you know, the owner better be very vigilant on. And that's what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to control my costs so that I can maintain a home in the best way that I can. And it's very, it's painful to think that a house like mine would get lumped into a set of houses that maybe the average building date was 1975 or 1990. And I just think that if I'm an orange, it's really, really difficult to bear being likened unto an apple.
Thank you so much for your presentation and your argument today. If you have anything else you'd like to add, and actually I should also see if any of the board members have any questions for you. I don't see any. Is there anything else you wanted to add, Mr. Driani?
No, thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Of course. And so we're going to confer and make a decision. That decision will be mailed to you and hopefully should be mailed to you within the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. so let's open this up for discussion. Anyone want to start? Any thoughts?
I'll just give the thought. I mean, I didn't really want to engage him. The applicant paid 800,000 in sort of the depth of the recession, and he wants us to believe it's worth 575 now. We had a prior board member who used to ask, would you sell it for 575? I mean, I think that's maybe not an appropriate question, but I mean, he wouldn't sell it for 575.
And there's a permit for $315,000 in that information as well, it seemed. But I think he paid way over market back in 2011 for it, but it was also his old home, so it might be that's the reason he wanted to go back to it. Sentimental value. Yeah, this one's a tough one because I mean, I don't know if that value is there, but again, it's his burden to prove that it's less than that, and there just aren't any appropriate comparables.
Should he have been possibly arguing for a lower grade or something? I mean, he didn't say that, but that's what he was saying, but he didn't say it. Sound like to me.
It's B+2 average. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure how much of an argument. I mean, obviously he didn't go through it in the session,
Yeah, he did.
but I don't know if he spent $315,000, if that's accurate. If he spent $315,000, and then we have the pictures, I guess, in the report. So, if he spent $313,000, was that for the 2015 or 2003? The total permit work. Do we know what that? I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference, but I'm just curious. Is that just for the? Is that for the work that was done in 2015, or is that also for the work that was done in 2003 and 2015?
I'll go back to our partial notes, but I believe that that's over a period of time that work was done.
If you want, I can give you the details.
Good.
Yeah, I would say just what was done after 2011.
So there was a permit in 2002 for the sunroom addition and deck. In 2003 was the kitchen remodel and second floor addition. In 2006 was, it just says 1,000 for other mechanicals. So it's probably a small permit. In 2015 was the detached carport.
So what was the how much was the permit amount for 2015?
The 2015 one was 120,000.
Okay.
And then the 2003 one was 160,000, and then the 2002 one was 33,000.
Okay. So the 100, that's what I would look at, is just the one after the 800,000, after he bought it the second time. But okay, anybody else have anything else to add on this? Karen?
Well, the only thing I noticed is that of the actual comparable sales provided by the assessor's office and the applicant, there are really only two that are, I think, older homes. Comparables number 1 and number 2, and just from a broad brush analysis, which I think is appropriate since they don't have basements or anything. Comparable number 1 sold for $245 a square foot. Comparable number 2 sold for $254 a square foot. And the subject property is assessed at $218 a square foot. So I think given all the other information and the fact that he's failed to provide any comparable sales that are older homes, while he is concerned about his home being older, I think we have to rely on those 2 sales. And they're indicating that his assessment is fair, if not low.
Yep, I agree. I just felt like the arguments were not supported by the comparable sales submitted by the petitioner, and that to be a broken record, that it didn't overcome the presumption of correctness on the part of the assessor.
This is just one of those, I think, where the applicant, his assessment went up $100,000 and he was upset about it. And yeah, I don't know if there's really much. Yeah, he doesn't. I don't think he meets the standard either. So, if there's nothing further, if we have a motion.
Before we go on to
Yes,
vote, just make a note that I know the family, friends with the family, coach the son, and all that stuff. So I can still vote, but I just wanted to make a note of that.
Do you want to recuse yourself for that purpose? I mean, we have enough people to,
I'd be cool to recuse.
good. So, well, yeah, I think that's probably safer, just
Yeah,
have you recuse on this one.
okay.
Okay, so, but thanks for letting us know.
I think just to be clear, though, the standard is if you derive any income from the property or from the property of the person, that is a requirement.
That's the only,
Yeah.
well,
I think so. Is that right,
I,
Peter?
I think so. We discussed it last year.
Yeah, I mean, if you were their agent or something and you're selling the
Yeah.
house, then maybe.
I don't think, yeah, so it doesn't seem, but you can,
But that's
I don't
fine,
think,
yeah.
I think you can. I don't
Yeah,
think
it does.
there's
Yeah,
a-
that
so
makes
let's-
sense.
Do we have a motion?
I move to affirm the decision of the assessor, keep the assessment at the same level.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Right. All right, so we have about 20 minutes to the next hearing. Do you want to step away for 20 minutes and come back at 3 o'clock?
Yes.
Anthony,
Yeah.
can did you want to talk about the inspection issue? You had made would this be a good time?
We technically approved it at the beginning, but because
Okay,
that's part of the rules of procedure.
Okay,
Okay.
good. I was having a hard time hearing. Okay, great.
Okay, as long as, yeah, I just want to make sure we're all good with it, but yeah, we approved that language.
Great, thank
Actually, I don't know if we should discuss this either now, we can discuss it now or we'll discuss it at the end, as to availability for next week, because there's a couple recusals, there's gonna be a couple recusals for next week, so do you all want to just discuss that now real quick?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we have a quorum for all the, for what's coming up next week. Because I know, Evan, you had one, and then Karen, you have that whole day pretty much. You have to recuse yourself. So let me
I'm gonna go ahead and leave. It's nice to see you guys.
Same
Thanks,
here.
Danielle.
Bye.
Okay, so on Tuesday, the 28th, Evan's going to be recusing on that first one. Everyone else attending, planning on attending on the 28th? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right, we should be good on the 28th. On the 30th, Karen, and there's really no reason for you to even attend, I guess. You have to recuse on all 4 of them.
Yeah.
Hopefully that should be a quicker one, but, and is everyone else attending on the 30th?
Yes.
Yes, all right, perfect. Okay, and Pete, on these, are you gonna have they submitted packets yet on these to you, or?
They have, and I will get them to you.
Okay, are they kind of big bulky ones that?
They are, well, they're not huge.
I'm fine with an electronic copy so you don't have to make a trip out here,
Okay. All
as
right.
long as it's easy to make an electronic copy.
These are not the 2-inch thick ones. They've got about 20, 25 pages.
Okay, yeah. I think that should be perfectly fine for electronic copy, at least for me.
Yes.
Pretty much for
And
everyone.
a lot of that is, like one of them, it's got a long lease agreement. So
Okay.
that's most of the pages. Is that okay with everyone? And certainly if you get it and decide that you would like us to bring you a copy, print it out, we can certainly do that. So just let us know. Or if you want to come pick one up, either way.
And what did the mall sell? I think there was a possibility that was going to sell.
That's what
or something like that.
the representative of the current owner said, that it should close prior to the 30th.
Okay, so we'll see. I guess we'll see on
And
Thursday.
that won't make any difference, or shouldn't
No,
make
it doesn't make any difference.
for what we're talking about, but it'll make a difference as to who the client is, obviously.
And I guess we'll discuss it. That this is the one with the land lease. So but we're valuing the property. There's no distinction there for our purposes.
Correct, and it's just, I will definitely be pointing out that whatever they have bought or was purchased at auction was just for the improvements, right to use over the term of the lease. but the land value is really separate. So any appraisal done on the mall itself, that's lease fee, you know, that kind of thing, we would have to make sure it's understood that that's not the fee simple value.
And I don't think I need to recuse myself. I attended the auction on behalf of a client to bid at the auction, but they weren't a high bidder, and just that was pretty much the extent of it. So
You were prominent in the TV coverage.
I know I was standing right next to the other the primary bidder, I guess. So didn't realize that at the time. All right, so we have 15 minutes. So if there's no objection, we'll just all come back in 15 minutes.
And we're going to continue, we're going to stop the recording or continue the recording?
I think we can keep the recording on and just we can turn off our camera.
That would be probably the easiest.
Okay. Is Mr. Patel here or Mr. and Mrs. Patel?
Yes, he is. Would you like him to be admitted in?
Yes, I think we're just waiting for Evan, but I think we can go ahead and get started. Oh, there, he's coming. All right.
Louis, go ahead and unmute yourself. You're going to have to say I do or yes when you get sworn in.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patel. If you don't mind turning on your video.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Thank
So
you.
we are the Board of Equalization. The board here is comprised of 6 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Excuse me, the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board, and we'll be listening to your tax appeal today. So here's how the hearing will work. You're going to be provided with 20 minutes to present your case. The assessor will be provided with 20 minutes to present theirs, and you'll be provided another 5 minutes for rebuttal at the end. During the hearing, we may stop to ask you and the assessor questions. One note that per Virginia law, the standard that we go by is a presumption of correctness. So we presume that the assessment's correct. The burden is on you to show us otherwise. Before we begin, let's go ahead and swear in the witnesses. If whoever's testifying on this one, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And before we do begin, Mr. Patel, do you have any questions before you start your presentation?
No, sir. So who are these folks? Okay, Mr. Lynch is the assessor's office.
Mr. Lynch, Ms. Taylor, and Mr. Herndon are all from the assessor's office. Myself, Mr. Farrell, Mr. Mayo, Mr. Beard, Ms. Pape, and Mr. Wynn are the board.
Okay.
The board of equalization. So
All right, thank you.
you're very welcome. So please go ahead and begin.
Yeah, so let me begin. As you indicated, I have 20 minutes. I want to be thankful and begin with my process here. Respected members of the board and the staff of the County Assessor's Office, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present my appeal. My name is Vipul Patel, and for 41 plus years, have resided in Charlottesville, of which 22 plus years in Albemarle County. My current residence at 3250 Barracks Road is a reason for us to be here today. Reason being that my property is appraised at a higher value than similar surrounding properties. On January 28, 2022, I filed for the 2022 Real Estate Assessment Review, to which Mr. Peter Lynch on January 31st in writing indicated, we have reviewed the information you provided and feel that the assessed value is in line with the market. Within the context of Mr. Lynch's review, including our phone conversations, it was conveyed to me that my property was assigned to the comparable sales at the Foxfield area, and the documents show that evidence. My argument then and now is, why should my property assigned to Foxfield area, which is at a far distance west from the comparables at Montview Drive neighborhood, approximately 1 mile east of my property? I asked Mr. Lynch to any legal boundaries which assigns my property to Foxfield, and I recall he said there's no such assignment nor boundary. I indicated that if there was such a boundary assignment, then the Ivy Creek, which is west of my property and near Old Garth Heights, would be the determinant. Any and all properties east of Ivy Creek, which includes mine, are far from the Foxfield area. Item number 2 to this position of mine, 2 neighborhoods, one at Coulter's Drive and another at Montview Drive, approximately 1 mile east of my property, should apply as comparable measures and not Foxfield. For example, a residence at 115 Montview Drive, the land value has not changed for the past 3 years. That includes years 2022, 21, and 20. Another location, 85 Montview Drive, the land value has not changed for the past 2 years, 2022 and 2021, and in fact decreased at year 2020. Another conversation centered on the services that I receive at my location and my neighbors at Old Garth Heights that centered on broadband internet, which was mentioned in the response or documentations. While the neighborhoods west of Ivy Creek, which includes Foxfield and so forth, have the luxury to broadband internet, the immediate neighbors east of Ivy Creek at Old Garth Heights and my property rely on the outdated CenturyLink's 5 to 10 Mbps service. In essence, little or no internet service most of the times over my 12 years residence at 3250 Barrexford. In fact, just recently, quantum broadband internet through Albemarle County was introduced for our neighborhood. However, my property and neighbors at Old Garth Heights are realizing major obstacles with the install, and county's working on it. In summary, and to the merits of no established legal boundary, my property shall not assign to Foxfield neighborhood, which unjustly equates to higher property valuations. I justly stand by my position to an adjusted land value to $248,900, with the building assessed as is at $576,600. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Any questions for Mr. Patel at this time from the board? Seeing none, let's move on to the assessor.
To start off, I would like again, Mr. Asali, to share the map so I can show the Foxfield neighborhood.
Please, yes, I was going to ask you for that.
And I am the one who signs the letters that go out of here, but I don't think Mr. Patel and I have spoken before. I think he's spoken to Lewis. But if we have, I'm sorry, I don't remember. But the borders of this market area, do not necessarily coordinate with what someone might think of as like Foxfield, the immediate Foxfield area. So I'm going to share my screen and show this. And just let me know when you can see this.
Yep, we can see it.
So this tan area all through here is the Foxfield market. It's a rural market area, just like a market area 114. It's just named after Foxfield because Foxfield is in that area. And with you, I'll zoom in a little bit. Within or near this market area, and actually very close to Mr. Patel's home, is not to make sure I'm getting this right. Here we have the Farmington neighborhood, which is far superior. And it has its own, kind of issues or situation that make it superior to the surrounding properties. There's also Montview over here in the green, And that's a separate neighborhood that we assess separately. It has some issues itself with the roads, the homes there. I have it in our write-up, but I'll read this. The Montview subdivision is served by paved roads, although very narrow roads in need of resurfacing. High power line runs right through the entire subdivision. I mean, there are certain things that affect that neighborhood that cause us to assess that separately. We have not been able to group that into the wider market area because of the issues that were causing lower values there. Colthurst is also another neighborhood that's separately assessed, but it actually has the same rates as the Foxfield market area at $230,000 for the. I think this is right. No, wait a minute. I think these are overlaying each other. Oh, no, Colthurst actually has a base rate of $295. We weren't able to combine that in because it was superior to what we were finding in the Foxfield market area. And so you can see that there are other neighborhoods that are separate. Ivy Farms, all the parts of Ivy Farms are all combined together in one neighborhood. They're at a different rate. But we do include all of the properties, and there are many east of his property that come down in this town area that are included in that location. Are there any questions about the map before I stop sharing my screen?
Pete, I did have a question. Just so the Montview has a lower base rate. Colthurst that has a higher base rate, and then
Correct.
the other ones are, and this one's a little bit in between, I guess.
Yes, this one's in between. So I can tell you those numbers.
Yeah, what are the base? What are those?
Yeah, Montview's at $160,000 for the site. Colthurst is at $295,000. Farmington is at $800,000 for the home site, and the Foxfield market area is at $230,000. And so the subject property falls in that $230,000 base rate.
Peter, could you pull out again just so we can see how big this Foxfield thing is? Just wow.
As you can see by some of these other market areas in the kind of dark blue and the light blue, they do cover a wide area in order for us to pull in enough sales to support values. But they are adjusted for differences that might fall within that market area.
Thanks.
And when we looked into the issues of broadband, we did not find, that there would be anything that we could really measure, that we could include in the valuation that would take into account that, how much it would be different than the other properties that sold in the neighborhood, anything like that. So we do not adjust for that issue. This is a triangular shape parcel. I don't know if you could see the little blue triangle, but the parcel falls right on Barrett Shred, and we do have an adjustment on it for that shape. But otherwise, we are treating this as a norm, more or less a normal parcel in this neighborhood. That includes 3 acres. I'm going to see, Lewis, you are the one who inspected the property. So do you have information to add on the inspection?
I spoke with Mr. Patel on the phone, where property he was satisfied with the valuation of the dwelling. Like he said, his land valuation was his primary concern. And on his initial review, he mentioned the internet, the lack of broadband. That was his first and to me biggest argument at the time. I had contacted a person from Virginia Tech. He is heading up a broadband study for the state, and he sent me broadband maps just to show coverage in the area. Mr. Patel's property is right on the edge of where Barracks Road becomes Garth Road. And looking at the broadband map I was given, it is a very small area of Mr. Patel's property, and maybe just a couple more that don't have, that by their map doesn't show coverage or that much coverage at all. But in looking at, the push to get internet into the county and other satellite options and that kind of thing, we just didn't think that we could adjust for that because there are options. When he sent off for the board review, he did mention Montview. All of his comps are in the Montview subdivision, and Montview's a neighborhood with a lot of older houses. They're all built in the 50s or 60s. It's kind of I don't want to say, it's a neighborhood that's in transition. A lot of the houses are being updated now, so we didn't really find anything wrong with his property. It is a triangular lot. We do adjust for a couple of things that we would look at as being negative, like the triangular lot. There are some minor areas of critical slope on there, which we do adjust for negatively.
And that's our presentation for today.
Thank you. Any questions for the assessor?
Quick
David?
question. I thought Mr. Patel said he was okay with the building at 576,600. Did I have that right, Mr. Patel?
I'm looking at it right now. I believe that is.
Because the card is showing 573,700.
There's an extra features, David,
Is that
the
the difference?
2,900, I think that's the difference.
That's added into the difference.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Okay.
Can we go back to that Colthurst neighborhood? Did you say that base price was 285,000 for the lots in Colthurst?
$295,000 for the 2-acre home site. If the parcel is larger than 2 acres, then it'll have the residual value added to that.
Okay. One other question. Do you have a breakdown of Mr. Patel's lot value with regard to any residual value?
Yes. We have $253,000 on the home site. That includes a location adjustment that we use in this area. And on the residual land, we have a value of $13,300 for the extra acre.
Any other questions? Mr. Patel, this is your opportunity for your rebuttal if you have a.
Thank you. Thank you all. Actually, I'll make a correction, which I indicated, and I spoke to Mr. Lynch, and I make that correction. It may have been Mr. Herndon. So that was pointed out. So that is established now. And that is correct in what Mr. Herndon indicated. I would like to add, I think Mr. Lynch indicated that Montview has Dominion Towers. I believe you said that. I couldn't pick you up, but right at the edge of my property, at the top corner, at the corner of the property, Dominion has their entire network, or what do you call it, transformer station, and that is there. It's visible from my property. So that was not mentioned in any of my comments or rebuttals prior to this meeting. The other item I wanted to add, Colter's Farm is a location where I also own a residential parcel. And I can unequivocally say that that is judged a bit different because for one, there's, I believe, utilities, sewer and water are served there. And I believe also fire line is served there because I have a hydrant right in front of my residential property. So that's why they may be valued at much higher pace. They do have high-speed internet and have had it for a long time. In fact, at one time I had envisioned building there, and but then after I moved in, I found out about internet. But nonetheless, that's a minor issue. To Mr. Herndon's point, I am at the edge of that broadband issue, concern having broadband. The county, Mr. Jason Fuentes, I may have said his name incorrectly, with the broadband authority at the county level, are working on getting broadband internet to my residents and to the residents on Old Garth Heights, which I believe are 3 or 4 residents there. We uniquely feel, all of us here, myself and the Old Garth, that we are not served, we should not be tagged to Foxfield. The services are different there. And again, Colthurst is a different market as well. And we feel we're comparable to Montview. Thank you. That's all I have to add.
Thank you. Any questions for anyone at this point? I had one question for the assessor. Mr. Patel brought up that substation behind his home. Has there been any adjustments made for that?
There have not, and I actually just brought up the picture so that I can show that to you.
I have it up on my other screen here, but.
So as you can see, it is right here next behind his property. And we do not adjust directly for that.
Does 1325 Old Garth Heights have an adjustment?
Is
They
that,
might have an adjustment. They have some lines actually on the bottom of there.
we have another adjustment on that one. That one's certainly surrounded by or surrounds.
Yeah, I mean, part of the parcel is underneath those lines, but how about for like the site, the building site itself? Does that have a different?
It has this other adjustment, which I believe is for that station.
Okay.
For being next to that station.
Okay.
Which unfortunately it should say power line, but I think it's on both.
I can say, having been there the day that I was there, I didn't notice the power station through the trees, and I didn't hear any kind of an audible noise or hum or anything like that. It may be different at different times in the year, but when I was there, I didn't notice it.
May I add that, no, that's appreciated, but as a 12-year resident, I can tell you it's there.
Excuse me, Mr. Patel, can you see it from your house? Or
Well, I do not look for, but there's an Old Garth Heights does carry a lot of vehicular traffic as well. Dominion, if there's any power related issues, there's tremendous vehicular traffic. I cannot directly attest for it, but I do pick up the noise, but my neighbors behind me could tell you that. They're not here with us. I can see it. Yeah, I mean, it depends on the foliage, right? And what height you're standing at from my property, although it's pretty level. But you can hear the humming at times. So it is there.
thank you.
And your request, Mr. Patel, what was the adjustment you're looking for?
So the request was essentially, this is just trying to equate fairness. I believe the land value is at 266,300. I valued it on keeping it essentially, I believe the same. I don't have previous years, but at 248,900. That's roughly 18,000, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
17,400.
Yeah, the prior years, you're looking at the
Prior
prior
year,
year's
yeah.
assessments.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
And the building, is acceptable.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions? All right. Well, we thank you for your time today. We're going to go ahead and confer, and your decision, we'll mail your decision to you. Hopefully you should get it within the next 2 weeks.
All right, I appreciate it. So I can just leave this meeting now?
Yes, you're welcome to.
Okay, thank you so much. All of you have a good evening.
Thanks, you too.
Thanks.
Okay, any discussion?
So I think we're arguing about $150 a year here.
149, yeah.
Yeah.
I think all of today have been
Less than the 214 of the first one.
Yeah, the first one was pretty. I mean, the numbers aren't too big, but
Yeah, to me, that's like within the margin of error in terms of the site topography adjustments that were applied. You know, those were rounded off figures. I mean, I suppose it could be reasonable to value it at 248. I don't know if he carried his burden to do that, but yeah, I mean, I'm a lot closer on this one than some of the others so far today.
I think it's fair to have some sort of adjustment for the power station.
yeah.
If you don't mind, I would recommend that we put a 10% adjustment on the home site for a power line. That would not be unusual for this situation. It would actually drop the land to 241.
Yeah, I think that's fair. There should be, as David said, I mean, there should be some adjustment. There needs to be some adjustment there. So, and if I think that's even less than what he's requesting, but I think it's a fair number. So
I think that's a fair number.
Just that earlier, but I couldn't get my system to work. It started locking up on me, and I was just trying to get the number in there. So,
Is that the exact number, Peter?
yeah, exactly 241,000.
So do we have a motion? I think we need to calculate the full number as well. What would that be plus the full assessment number?
The other ones are unchanged, so it would be the total value would be 817,600.
Do you get that, David?
Yep.
Do we have a motion? Walkie.
I'll second.
Or I don't think we haven't made a motion. You want to make a motion?
Oh, I thought David did.
No, I was just agreeing to the numbers.
Oh, okay.
You want to make the motion, Joaquin, to?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll make the motion to adjust it for the 10%.
I think the numbers, David, what were those numbers again?
The number will be 241 on the land and 576,600 on the building, including the extra features.
Okay.
Was that right, Peter?
That is correct.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
All right. So
Hey, there'll be a happy resident. You got more than he asked for. Fairly.
I'm sorry we missed that on the review. We could have resolved this originally.
well, glad we caught it now. Okay, so we have 30 minutes now till the next hearing. I'm assuming that next applicant is not online yet, but they could start early. No, okay.
Not yet.
So we'll come back at 4 o'clock.
Perfect.
It's 4 o'clock. Do we know if the applicant's here?
Yes,
Okay.
he's going to be on his phone, and I don't think he's going to have video.
Okay.
I'm working with the applicant now, so bear with us.
No problem.
Who just checked in? Is that Dana Grimm? D Grimm?
That is Dana.
Dana.
Dana, could you turn your video on?
Yes. There I am.
Mr. Shea is dialing in again, and we're going to try to get him promoted to meeting.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Shea. This is Anthony Arsali. This is the Board of Equalization. Can you hear us clearly?
Oh, yes, I can. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. So let me go ahead and give our little welcoming message. So good afternoon. We're the Board of Equalization. This board is comprised of 6 citizens of Albemarle County who are appointed by the Board of Supervisors. We're an independent board, and we'll be listening to the presentation today and making a decision as to your tax appeal. How the hearing will work is this. You're gonna have 20 minutes for your presentation. The assessor will have 20 minutes for theirs, and then you will have a 5-minute rebuttal. In the middle of all that, the board may have questions for you or the assessor. One note I just want to make in terms of Virginia law, there is a presumption of correctness. So that means the presumption is that the assessor's assessment's correct, and the burden is on you to prove otherwise. So before we begin, I'm going to swear in the witnesses. Mr. Shea, I understand that we can't see you, so if you can, just raise your right hand and then verbally acknowledge after I have this question. Do you solemnly swear? I think Ms. Grimm, are you going to be testifying as well? If you can, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony, both oral and documentary, which you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Shea, any questions? Do you have any questions before we begin?
Could I just find out the 6 participants and then who will be on from the assessor's
Sure.
payroll?
So in terms of on the board, there's myself, Anthony Ursali, David Farrell, Bob Beard, Karen Pape, Waki Wynn, and Evan Mayo. We're the 6 members of the Board of Equalization. From the assessor's office, we have Peter Lynch, Billy Taylor, Louis Herndon, and Dana Grimm.
Okay, great.
So if you don't have any other questions, feel free to begin your presentation.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate everybody's time today. I know it's a little rougher with COVID, and I was having trouble with Zoom yesterday. Billy was so gracious in trying to help me, but my computer was just not cooperating. So thank you for the conference call ability that I've got anyway. I've got 20 minutes, I think, as you mentioned, and I would basically like to accomplish 3 things in the 20 minutes that I have. And the first thing is to kind of go over the condition of my house, the property, the age, et cetera, which Dana will be able to help with because she has actually been to the house. And then the second goal that I have is to determine the actual square footage and size of the house. I think there's been some different figures thrown out, and I would just like to nail that down with everybody today. And then the last thing is I have 5 comps from houses that have sold in the area, and I've tried to pick them that would be similar to my house out in the country with acreage, private lanes, well water, and septic. So, and as close to my house as I possibly can. So I have 5 comps that I'll go through, and hopefully I'll be able to accomplish that in my 20 minutes. Okay, so the first thing is, I'm sure you've got the information on my house, but just to kind of recap, it was built in 1999. We have 6 acres of property. We're located on 20 North, close to Prophet Road. And Dana has been out a couple of times, once 2 or 3 years ago, and then once in May, I believe it was. And I guess I'll turn it over, just for the sake of transparency, honesty, I'll turn it over to Dana so she can assess the house a little bit more and give a little bit more detail of the update and the condition of my 23-year-old house. So Dana, if you want to spend a few minutes going over that for everybody's benefit, I would appreciate it.
Mr. Shea, if you don't mind, if you can continue your presentation, and then when we kind of, because that's usually our kind of, that's our procedure. We have you do your presentation. Ms. Grimm will, and we'll ask questions to her in terms of condition. If you want to leave it to her at the time when she does the 20 minutes, and you're going to have your 5 minutes of rebuttal. But if you can go ahead and continue your presentation first, that would be preferred.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. All right. Well, the second thing is the size of my house. And I have 3 documents, 3 independent documents in front of me. Unfortunately, we're not together, so you can't see them. But Peter, I would be glad to bring them in, make copies for you, so you would have them as well. And the first document is the plans of our house. And we got the plans through Southern Living magazine. So they sent us the plans for the house. We took them to our builder. He made the drawings of them, and I have the drawings in front of me that basically come out to 4,280 square feet from our builder. Okay. And the second document that I have is we refinanced the house in 2001. And it was performed by a gentleman by the name of Sean B. McCoy, CRACETCCI. He was the appraiser that came out. And it was done in 2001. And his appraisal came out with 4,296 square feet. And I've got the detail of all of that. Peter, as I said, I'd be glad to share that with you. The third document that I have is another appraisal, and this was for a refinance in 2012. And this was done by a Marty Walters. And the square footage that he came out with was 4,278 square feet. So I have three independent, and we haven't added any space to the house. We haven't done any construction to the house, except change a storage room from furniture to grandkids' toys that Dana can see. So that Dana can speak to. So I'm wondering, what square footage do you have for my house?
I think Dana's muted at the moment, but again, Mr. Shea, if you don't mind, we'll go back. If I understand that that's your position, we may go back and forth once it gets back. I just want to, at this point, just kind of, I understand that's going to be discrepancies, but we'll hear from Dana once they get to that to their time. But your position is that's around your square footage is approximately 4,280. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. And I think that's very important because as you look at market conditions and you look to buy a house, the first thing you ask is how big is it? How many square feet does it have? How many bedrooms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So on the comps that I have, everything is done by square footage as well. So that's why it ties to that. And I feel it's so important to nail that down. And I guess the first part of my question relative to the condition of the house is the appraised value of my house this year increased by 15%. And from the research I've done, the majority, the average, whatever, increase in the assessed value was 7.5%. So that's why I'm trying to nail down the condition of the house as well. Why is my property double the assessed percentage? So those are two very important questions. And if you want to put those off and talk about them later, that's fine. But from a transparency and honesty, I do want those answered.
Of course.
Okay, so I guess we're to the last part of my presentation, which would be the comps that I have. And the first comp that I have is my neighbor's house that sold. And we have about 200 feet of property that we share. So it's a very close neighbor of mine. And that address is 1248 Breezemont. It's right behind my home. And it sits on a magnificent knoll that has 365-day views of the Blue Ridge Mountains. It was built in 1997. My home was built in 1999, so it has very similar building materials. It's on a private road, as my house is. It has well, and it also has septic tank, which my house does. And it's a little bit bigger than my house. It's 8 bedrooms, 7 baths, 6,540 square feet, has 21 acres where I only have 7 acres. And it sold for $128 a square foot. Okay. The second property that I have is actually one that Dana gave me. It's 2156 Polo Grounds, and it's about 2.1 miles from my house. And once again, it has 5 bedrooms, 4 baths, very similar to my house, custom built, 4.7 acres, very similar, 4796 square feet. It is a little bit bigger, but very similar. And it sold for $164 a square foot. The third property I have is 1706 Monet Hills. This property is 2.6 miles from my house. It has 5 bedrooms, 5 baths, 5,700 square feet, a little bit bigger. Beautiful Blue Ridge Mountain views. It was built in 2006, so it is 7 years newer than my house. And it sold for $134 a square foot. Then I have the fourth house that I have is 1760 Lambs Road, which is about 4.9 miles from my house. It has 2.4 acres, 4,670 square feet, 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, about exactly the same size. It is all brick construction. It's a little bit older than my house, but once again, it has beautiful Blue Ridge Mountains, as you can see from the picture if you're pulling it up. And it sold, I think, as I mentioned, for $123 a square foot. The fifth and last house that I have as a comp is a very interesting home in Keswick. And that is about 5.7 miles from my home. It's 875 Black Cat Road. It has 4 bedrooms, 4 baths, 4,654 square feet. It's on 2 acres, all brick construction, beautiful curb appeal, built in 2005, so it is newer than my home. If you're looking on Zillow, you can see the many upgrades it has with the all brick construction, Brazilian cherry hardwoods, extensive crown molding, multiple fireplaces, and it absolutely looks in excellent condition. And it sold for $147 a square foot. So those are the homes that I've got, all within 5 miles of my home. None of them in any neighborhoods. All of them with some type of acreage and very close to the square footage that I have. So as I look at my house and the appraised value that you've assessed, it's $758,900. And if I were to apply the 4275 square footage, 4280, it's going to be close here, I would come out to $178 a square foot, which is higher than any of the 5 comps that I have, especially my neighbor's house, where we abut property. So if I average those 5 houses on a square footage basis, I come out to $139 a square foot. And once again, you've got my house valued at $178 a square foot. So what are we talking about? 20% higher than the average of those 5 comps that I had? And if you throw out and you say, okay, the low one really doesn't look good and the high one is out in Keswick, that's the premier area probably of Charlottesville, or certainly one of them, especially since the Keswick Hotel is reopened. If you throw out the high and the low, and I went with the 3 medium properties, I would come out with $136 a square foot. So once again, very much below the price that you've assessed my property at $178 a square foot. And if you look at just Black Cat Road, the one in Keswick, the most expensive, if I was to apply the square footage that I have, the 4275, I would come out with $628,000. Now that's far below the 758 that you have assessed my property at. So I'm trying to understand the square footage of my house, the condition of my 23-year-old house, and the comps in my area, why I am 20% higher, 25%, 30% on certain homes than what my assessed value is. So those are my questions. What square footage do you have? What condition of the house do you have? And why are you assessing my house 20% higher than the comps in my area that are similar with private roads, wells, a little bit of acreage, and a 23-year-old house?
All right, well, thank you. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Shea at this time? David?
Mr. Shea, it's probably not 20% more just because the county's using a higher square footage number. So I'm also curious why the county is using a square footage number, and I'm sure that's higher than what you have. I'm sure they're going to address that. But my question to you, and the other question I have is why, as you said, your assessment is up 15% this year. If you look back at assessments, you were assessed in 710 and 17, 820 and 18, 836, 781. It went from 781 in 2020 to 663 in 2021, and then back up to 758 in 2022. So I'm interested to hear what the county has to say about that, why it was such a drop last year and why it's higher this year. But I am curious why you're asking for a value this year of $544,000 on your house when it's been fairly regularly assessed at mid-sevens to 800,000 or higher over the past 5 years. Was there a reason you didn't come say anything about this, the last handful of years?
Well, there is. In 2020, that was the year that I went through the appeal process for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And once again, my neighbor's house sold that was right behind me, not the one that sold this year, but it was right behind me, and it sold for far below my home. And it's almost, once again, it was almost a replica of my house, size-wise, time of construction, building materials, private road, no state maintenance, that type thing. So that's why you see it lowered. It was over assessed at that time, and the city lowered it because I appealed it, and I showed them what houses were selling for in my area at that time. Now, I'm not asking for 420, 450. Okay, that's not what I'm asking for. But I'm asking for somewhere $147 a square foot, if I'm doing my math right, would put me at $628,000.
Okay, your application says 544. Are you now saying 628?
I'm saying above that amount as I started really doing some research, yes. I'm saying it's between probably 575 and 628. That would come from the 5 properties that average 139 a square foot to the highest one of those 5 that averages 147 a square foot.
Understood.
Okay.
Thanks.
So it all goes back to 3 years ago when I appealed it based on the comps in my area again. And the city assessor's office was kind enough, and of course, Peter was there, as was Dana, and they lowered my price based on that.
Mr. Shea, I think I recall that. I think David, that was from, I do recall that now, where you had a sale that was after the date we couldn't use it, but I'm assuming that's then they used it for the 2021 assessment.
Correct.
So I do recall that. I have just one question for you that you may be able to answer. In terms of the sale in Breezemont, since it's your next door neighbor, it doesn't appear that it was on the market. Do you know what the circumstances of that sale were?
If you go to Zillow, it sold in, I think it was mid 2021, sometime like that.
Right. Yeah, Zillow pulls it off the public records, but I don't see where it was actually listed on the market. So that's I'm just thinking, you may not know this. I'm just wondering, because you're the neighbor, if you know what the circumstances of that sale were. Like if it was, they were related in somehow, was there a for sale sign out there? Just curious what the circumstances were, if you know it.
I do know it. It was a lady that had gone through a divorce, and her husband was no longer living there. Now, this was 3-4 years ago, and it was just her and her daughter, and maybe her parents, but it was just way too big for her to keep up. 21 acres, 6,500 square feet, and she had been trying to sell it for 2 or 3 years, and has had various realtors at the time, and she could never get the value she wanted. But when she sold it for $850, she got the value that she wanted in the market that she wanted a few months ago. Okay. So I'm not sure. I never did see the for sale sign. I don't know if she was working with a realtor that just didn't put a for sale sign up or what. But it was just too big for it, and the property was too much, and the taxes were too much. Okay.
All right. Well, thanks. David?
Just for context, I've never seen this. This isn't popping up ever in the MLS, this address.
Okay.
That
I saw an older listing when I.
Okay, hang on. No, I take that back. It does show up as.
It should be 1248 Breezemont.
Yeah.
If you go to Zillow, it's in there.
Okay.
There's I see a listing from just so we have it. 2015 was the last time it seems like it was on the market. And they wanted
just sold for $800. It just sold for $835,000 May 13 of 21.
Okay.
Yeah, 2015 is the last one at $1.1 million.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mr. Shea this time? Okay. Now to the assessor.
All right. Before we go to Dana, I want to address a few issues that Mr. Shea raised. We have a sketch that Dana did when she did the full inspection a couple of years ago for the BOE appeal. And that adds up to the 4,800 square feet, 4,842. It includes the area over the garage. It includes the area that Mr. Shea, I think, identified as kind of the playroom upstairs. I didn't quite catch if that area was added after those initial buildings, those initial numbers, the 4,200 square foot was used or not. But my guess is that the area over the garage might have been counted separately in square footage on the appraisal, and it might also have been counted separately on the other numbers. We do not use the builder's numbers, the plans numbers. We use the dimensions that are measured on the outside of the building for the first floor In this case, it's a 1.5, so that would have included some measuring upstairs. I know Dana was in that upstairs room, and we have a 15% negative adjustment on this house for the very large size. Also, I want to point out now some of these comparables that Mr. Shea brought up must be new ones because they weren't in the owner provided comps that were in our packet. So I don't have the details on those, but I do know that 1248, no, the one that he specifically mentioned, 1760 Lambs Road has only 2,435 square feet above grade. It has 2,185 square feet in the basement. And in the valuation of the property, you would not call that a 4,500 square foot home. And it would not be comparable to a 45 or so square foot, 100 square foot home that has all of that square footage above grade. So it's not an apples to apples comparison. So when that applies to several of the comparables that he mentioned. Also 2156 Polo Grounds Road. It's only a 3,368 square foot home with a 1,428 square foot basement, of which 1,071 were finished. So
okay, I didn't understand what you were saying about the measurement of the house above the garage. That has been finished square footage since day one, and both appraisers and the drawing from our building has included that room in the square footage. And
I don't know
the second floor that Dana was in is not 100% above the first floor. There's an open foyer, so there is not a full 100% square footage in the second floor above the first floor. Okay, so it's just 3 bedrooms only with 2 baths up there and a storage room. Now here's the question that I have. The storage room is 18 by 20. That was not included in any of the numbers that I gave you from the 2 assessments or from the drawings of the house as square footage. That was a storage room. There's no windows, there's no floor, there's no water, no running water, et cetera, et cetera. 3 or 4 years ago, when we started having grandkids, of which I have 4 now, I'm very happy I do, my wife and I took out all the junk that we had in there, old furniture and paintings and whatever they were, and we painted the room. We threw down a piece of carpet, and we threw in all the toys for our 4 grandkids that are all preschool. So all the toys for the grandkids are in this storage room that has no window and just a carpet that we threw down, no flooring. So I don't know if that's the discrepancy, but it's less than 360 square feet. So if you add that to the 4280, which I don't think you should, because I feel like that's a storage room, you're still only going to get 4640 with the storage room. So I don't know where you're getting the 4,800 square feet.
all right, so
And tell me again, have you figured that storage room into the finished square footage of my house?
Mr. Shea, I haven't interrupted you. It is the assessor's time, but we do want to get to the bottom of this, so that's why I'm allowing you to kind of talk this through. But just be aware that this is the assessor's time, and you will have an opportunity to do a rebuttal. But we can follow up on the square footage issue. So either between Dana or Pete, do you have
Yes.
Have you seen the drawings that he had?
No,
Okay.
I have not. Dana, please unmute and you can speak to the interior. I know you've seen this area above, this area that he was referring to, that the children's toys are in. And you've been inside this house. So, and have you seen the plans that he's referring to?
I've believe that I've seen the plans, but this sketch is based on my field measurements that I made when I went out for an appraisal review on February, let's see. Let me get back here to this original one. So this was on April 23rd, 2019. I measured the full exterior and measured the interior on the upper level. And the square footage the reported square footage of 4842 does include that finished playroom. It also includes the area above the garage. So if you're looking at the sketch on the card, you can see the first floor dimensions at 2867.75. The second floor, larger portion of the second floor, at 1535 square feet, and that middle bump out at the top of the sketch, if y'all can identify that, looking at the second floor footprint, it's kind of like 3 little sections. That middle section where it bumps out at the top, that's where that playroom is. And then there's finished square footage at 439 square feet over the garage. So added all those together, you come up with 4842. So that's where it comes from.
So that's going to be one discrepancy, or one question, is whether or not it's part of the finished square footage, is that playroom. There's still about 300 square foot there unaccounted for. Like, there's a discrepancy there between the two. Do we have any idea where that difference is, or no at this point? It's just, because I think Mr. Shea mentioned the garage was included in the square footage, so the above garage.
Dana, is the open foyer, the cutouts on the second floor at the bottom of the sketch?
Yes.
So we do have the open foyer in here.
Yes.
Counting that as area on the second floor.
Yes, I measured every outside wall around the second floor. On the interior, but I measured the side to derive the footprint of the upper level.
Does the board have a copy of the property card with the sketch? Would you like me to share the screen to see this? I'm sorry I didn't do that before.
I didn't realize y'all couldn't see it.
So this is
The only thing that I would add, Dana, you did take the drawings of the house into your possession from my builder, and you did take them to the office with you. And then you returned them a few weeks later. So you had them in your possession in the office for a couple of weeks.
Okay.
And I would ask you, where is the discrepancy then from those builder drawings right out of Southern Living magazine? That's 600 square feet. That's a lot of space. Now, granted, you're counting that playroom as finished square footage, the storeroom, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that's 360 square feet. And I challenge that. I say it's not square footage. I say it's storage.
Well, I'm getting it at 290 square feet, actually. 20 by 14 and a half is what I'm showing it as being. And that's
okay. Well, I just measured it this morning and I thought I got 20 by 18. So we can call it 360 or 290, whatever. But it's the question of, is it finished square footage or is it storage? There's no window, there's no flooring, and there's no running water.
Dana, do we include this on the sketch?
Pardon me?
Where does it show up on the sketch?
So if you're looking at the sketch on the screen, you see 3 areas that have blue outlines. So those are finished living area. So the big one on the left is the first floor.
Right. Right.
That one that you're pointing out with the little hand, that's the second floor.
Right.
And as I was saying, the middle section of the second floor, see the middle section?
Where the 20 is.
Yes, thank you. Where the 20 is, the measurement, the wall is just above the lettering that says second floor living area.
This-
Yes,
Oh, this
that's
section.
the
Okay.
playroom, yes. So I measured that out at 20 by 14 and a half, to the best of my recollection, since I don't have the notes from, I don't have my field notes from that inspection in front of me.
Right.
Okay.
And
To the best of my recollection, that was my, that was the measured square footage on that second floor. I drew it out on the sketch program here. And I don't do the computations, the program does the computation. And so we also have the area above the garage. So I can't account for what other appraisers may have come up with, but this is what I measured when I was on the property.
so Dana, this area,
Mhm.
finished area or not? Because we're talking.
I'm calling it finished. Okay, I'm calling it finished area, but if I'm looking at my notes from way back in 2019, we had done or I had done a 3% functional obsolescence applied to account for what we're calling in these notes, semi-finished status of the playroom on the second level. Utility of the room is limited due to lower sloping ceilings, painted plywood floor, lack of windows and steps up into the room.
Exactly. So we originally had a 3% that reduced little section because of this little section, but we have a 15% reduction
Now it's 15.
that takes into account the fact that this is less usable, less finished. It adds to the size to make it larger. So we are adjusting for the fact that this is a larger size, 3,800 square foot home. In the fact that this section here, and I'm glad I know where it is now on the sketch, is less usable than the regular finished area.
Right.
So
Essentially,
we
we're saying it
believe-
has no value.
So 15, when you all reduce to 15%, are you reducing 15% the whole thing, 15%?
The entire house is being reduced 15% based on both the size and the usability of this little area. The size of the entire house, but the usability of this little area.
Okay. Okay, so that's effectively you're valuing it at a 4,080 square foot house if you're taking out 15%.
Correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Shea, you got that point. They're reducing. They've already factored in a 15% reduction on the value of your home, and then effectively that would be 4,080 square feet, based on my just rough calculation.
Okay. So if the square footage that they're saying my house is 4,080, is that correct?
No, they're saying it's 4,842, but they're valuing it. They're giving it a 15% reduction, so effectively they're valuing it as a 4,080 square foot house.
Okay. So if we go to the assessed value of 758,900 and we divide that by 4,080, I come up with $186 a square foot. That's even far above what my calculations were. I mean, my neighbor's house, for God's sake, came out at what, 128? And you're saying mine's 186?
That's not the proper way to do that calculation, because you've used the 15% discount and then you're recalculating the square footage. So what they did was calculated as a square foot, dollar per square foot, and then applied the discount. After you do that, you can't then redivide it to get the true cost of the square foot because it ignores the discount factor.
Is there a realtor that is there of the 6 people on the board?
Yes, we have 2. We have 2 realtors,
My
we have
question-
a appraiser, we have 2 attorneys.
Okay.
So we have a little bit of everything here.
Okay, well, I've got a question for the realtors. Do you count storage space as finished space? Where there's no floor, there's no window?
Well, we're running a little bit short on time. So I think
Okay.
we've gotten the point on that. So
Okay.
we will make a decision on that. And I think we have an idea of what that room is like. So
Okay.
the other question, you said the comparables, and then we have comparables from the assessor's office. So we can go through, I don't know if we need to really kind of go on those. The last thing was condition, I think, is the only other thing that if Danny can also tell us more about the condition, because you were asking for that too. And I think and then I'll give an opportunity for you to rebut that, but I think that should be the last piece of information that we'll need.
Okay, fine. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay, I met with Mr. Shea this year on February 28th, and we didn't go inside the house due to COVID protocols, and he specifically asked that I not, and that's fine. But he did point out a number of areas on the exterior that needed to be repaired. So in my notes, I have that as far as some repair issues in the exterior, trim that needs to be replaced, some visible settlement in the brick mortar joints on the back porch, visible settlement cracks in the basement slab, which I did see observing COVID protocols and masking. He reported that second floor air conditioner was not working. He reported a small roof leak on the second floor that had been repaired, but the interior still needed to be repaired. Needed to refinish a section of the kitchen floor where the refrigerator had leaked. In my judgment, I characterize this as not being major repairs. I think that those repairs are more appropriate to the age of the property. It's a 22-year-old house, and things do happen. And Mr. Shea did seem to be on top of the repairs. He, felt he had made arrangements to have things fixed or had already had them taken care of. So I have judged the house to be in average condition, and we have assessed it on the basis of an average condition house.
So
Okay.
condition in our system means that it's average for a 22-year-old house.
Anything further from the assessor?
No, I think you have everything.
Yeah. Any questions from the board for the assessor? I don't see any. Mr. Shea, do you have any last points you want to make for rebuttal?
The only thing I would add with Dana, and I did point it out, Dana, we had the termite problem, and you saw where we had to drill completely around the house, and you saw where they had to fill it in the concrete with the bricks in the front.
Mm-hmm.
So we had termite damage, and we have taken care of that. The only comment on the roof is it's 23 years old. The only comment on the HVAC system that was not working, it was the one for upstairs. It is working now, but it is 23 years old. So once again, I would agree with Dana's assessment that it is an average conditioned house. So my question is, if my house is average, why am I being doubled the assessed percentage rate if it's an average house? And I've got these kind of issues with it. I would expect an excellent condition of a house to be assessed to 15% on the prior year's value. To me, average means, what's the average? The average is 7.5% or 7.2%. Why was I not assessed that amount?
We'll go through that. So that's part of our discussion. We'll see what the factors were that increased it. And we actually, let me just raise that question real quick because Mr. Shea's on the line, and then we'll thank you for your time. Was there any change in inputs on this one from 2020 or 2021 to 2022 in terms of condition, grade, anything?
And are you aware of any changes to the actual data?
Yeah, I'm just looking at my notes here to see if I made any changes. I don't recall any. I don't have any changes. You know, I was made a note I had changed something during the year that would feed into the 22 assessment, and I don't have any notes on in my review notes about making any changes either. So I don't see where I had any data changes on it.
So was the difference in price just because land value didn't change, it's building value that changed. It was reduced substantially to 2021, but then it increased again in 22. Was there anything that happened in 21? I know there was that comp. Is it just those 15% and the 5% adjustment that was made and that they stayed on there? So
I believe that that's what happened, yes.
Those adjustments were on there in 21 and they carried over into 22, the 15 and
yeah.
Okay. So
Exactly.
the only difference. Yes.
I was just going to say that we also have that 5% discount applied, the 5% external obsolescence applied because the property next door, there is an encroachment that Mr. Shea pointed out to me on an earlier inspection where their driveway, you can see it on pictometry if you all have access to that. The next door neighbor, their driveway encroaches on his property. And it's a significantly lower value property on one side.
But the increase was only because of market. So that's just everything in that same market area went up by that same amount, or like the general idea is that what happened here? There's nothing specific with this one, is there?
I think there's anything specific with this one. I'm just looking around and it went up 14.46. We had another 1.5 story across the street that went up 14.3. So it could have been just the per square foot pricing on the 1.5 stories versus the 2 stories that are also found on this street that went up a little bit less.
that's what I was going to say, because I was just comparing the two properties in the 2 different tax years, and I don't see any actual data changes, but the overall for the market area was about an 8% increase. But within that change, we don't just say everything goes up 8%, obviously. We change the model so that what Dana's talking about is we'll change the rate for 1.5 stories, and it might be a different change for 1 stories or 2 stories, depending on what the sales of each of those 3 types are showing us. So the only difference we can find would probably be related to that. And I think Dana pointed that out pretty well.
Would it be appropriate that this is a 1.5 story versus a 2 story? I mean, I don't know I know there's a distinction there, but I don't know exactly what it is. Does this definitely classify as 1.5, or could it be considered a 2 story?
So I've classified, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say that this is clearly a 1.5 story with the shape of the size and shape of both the first and the second floor.
But what was the square footage of that? Like how many square foot was on the second floor?
The first floor is 2,867 square feet, and the second floor is 1,535. That doesn't count the room over the garage, but it's not exactly half, but it's in a range of basically it's a 1.25 to 1.75%.
For the 1.5 story. But would you, why wasn't the garage included? The square footage of
I
the
mean,
garage?
The garage, I mean, it just isn't included in the 1,535. It adds up to 1,960.
So we're still within the range.
Yeah.
Mr. Shea, do you have anything else you want to leave us with?
I think that's it. I think you've got my points, and no, that is it. Thank you.
All right. Well, we thank you for your time today. We should have a decision to you within the next 2 weeks. It will be mailed to you.
Okay, since we were concluding, I guess I do have one quick question. How are we going to resolve the square footage issue on this house?
We will just go through the information that we have before us and make a decision. And that's something you may, if it's something that you are not in agreement with, you may want to submit additional information. I mean, you may want to get someone to measure it. I don't know. You may want to submit, I'm not telling you which way we're going to decide, but if for some reason you don't agree with it this year, again, obviously you can submit information for next year. So to help show what the actual square footage is.
Okay. And the storage room is being counted as square footage, but
we have to make, right now the assessor is counting it, but then deducting 15% off the full price, off the price of the building. That's something we're going to have to discuss and decide what we want to do with that area.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so anyone want to start a discussion on this one? Karen? You're on mute, Karen.
I do think that reconciling that square footage is important, and I don't know how you would propose doing that. Whether you might like to get the building plans or the other appraiser sketches and see if there's some reasonable way to reconcile those numbers.
So I think it's good to get the square footage right. I do want to point out that the applicant had an opportunity for us to come into the house and ostensibly measure the interior dimensions of the house, and he declined for us to do that. So, based on what he submitted to us today, I don't think we have the information we need to say that the square footage we have is wrong and another number is right. If we want to go searching for that, maybe we should talk about that, I guess. But I feel like it was sort of the applicant's duty to bring those materials for us to disprove what we had, and I don't think he did that.
Do we have a picture of the room?
Picture of the room? I don't think we have any interior pictures.
No picture.
I do not.
Yeah, he didn't allow the assessor.
Because he mentioned that it had no flooring, but he didn't say whether it had drywall or anything like that in the room. So I would just be.
I think he mentioned that he did finish the drywall. He put drywall in, but the flooring, and he said he put some kind of rug or carpet down, but it was.
If to me personally, if it has drywall, it's finished.
And HVAC. Heat and air. Yeah.
It sounds like it had AC. I mean, it sounded like he didn't mention that, so I'm assuming.
I think because of that 290 square foot space, the house was given a 15% credit. I think that's overly generous.
What would the math be if we use, the number without the 15% discount? What would the math be on that?
So I worked that out when he was talking. It's actually like really close. It's like 137 per square foot versus 133. So, assuming that knocking off that 600 square feet or 490, however we got it, would eliminate the functional obsolescence discount factor, it's more or less the same. It doesn't really help him to fix that.
Gosh.
This house hasn't been assessed for less than 700,000 since 2005. I struggle sort of with his history here of coming before the board.
Well, I think he made that comment, that he didn't come live a couple of years ago, and then that sale came up, and he was like, "Oh, I need to bring this up."
I feel hideous. I feel hideous for the lady and the daughter behind. I mean, they didn't put that there. They didn't expose
Yeah,
that.
I don't think that's not. I think all of us. I think that's not a good comparable because I don't.
No.
They went for way too cheap. That was seems
I
from.
feel
I mean,
terrible for them. Yeah.
But so that really we don't have a really good comparable. So yeah, that's the only other question. So the square footage, I think we're good because the 15% at the end of the day, like you said, and at the end of the day, it was his duty to either get us the pictures, get the measurements, and that's why I made that comment at the end, just to say, if we don't agree with you, you can come back next year, give us actual information, and then we can compare it. But we just don't have that information. I think the only question for me is the condition. And I mean, it's the average. I think we're okay. But I think actually, I look at it as the building grade. We didn't really discuss it, but that's the only other thing where like it goes to kind of goes to the heart of his comparable argument and things. I don't know what the building grade of those comparables were that were not in the same area. And then the 1.5 and 2 story. I understand that. It just seems like there's just a lot of square footage that's not as valuable, but yet is being valued higher on those 1.5 story type. Because it's a 1.5 story. So that's the other question. So those are two things I would discuss is just building. Are we good with the B? I think it was B+1 on the building grade, and then 2, the 1.5 story valuation. Is that appropriate on this one?
Well, I would personally defer to Dana on that because she's familiar with the property. And but I would recommend to Mr. Shea, first of all, that the next time he comes in, because I'm sure we'll see him again, is that he provide us support for his square footage differences, as well as actually providing us, if he's going to give us 5 comparables, provide those in advance so that we can look at them. Because honestly, when he's just speaking about it, we have nothing to go on. But, you know, I would defer to Dana with regard to the condition, since she's familiar with the property.
Well, I do think that it's graded properly and the condition is stated properly. I also had laid out the comps that he provided, and he kind of added to that in his presentation. The comps that I had for his BOE appeal are laid out in the file that I think you all have. Where he had given us 3, and then he came and presented 2 more that he had not mentioned earlier, and failed to mention one that he did give us. So I worked with what he had given us in his BOE application, and so those are laid out in a grid.
Right.
And, you know, supplied the information that we have in our own records. I also provided comps for, you know, our use in showing in the assessor provided comps. Comp number 1 is the sale in his neighborhood of Polo Grounds Road, but then 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all in his immediate vicinity there on Minor Mill Road. They're all in the same little development, the little Ridgemont development right there along Minor Mill Road on his side of the road in his block. And basically my point there was to show that he is, you know, falling right in line with what we have for other properties on his street. He is overbuilt for square footage, and that's what the discount, you know, kind of speaks to. But he's consistent in a lot of the details of bathroom count, basement area.
Mr. Osali, if I can share my screen, I'll show you just a picture from the front of the house.
I have the picture here.
Yeah. Okay. So this is a classic 1.5 story.
Okay.
And that area over the garage, you can't really add to the area over the main house because it's actually over the garage.
Okay.
So as you're calculating, this is really close to actually being 50%, maybe 55%.
So do you have a discount for that, or no, that's full out, like,
It's built into the rate. So
okay.
we will have a rate that's lower for a full 2-story, kind of a straight up 2-story, as opposed to a Cape Cod like this.
Okay. But is there are those square footage, are the upper, if that space is not as usable, is it discounted or separately or no?
It will if the area is just not as usable, kind of like the way this one has that area that doesn't have windows that he was referring to. But your normal 1.5 story won't have any deduction because it'll all be normal living area.
Got it. Okay. Anybody else have any points of discussion or questions? If not, do we have a motion? Any motions?
I mean, I'd probably move to keep it unchanged.
Do we have a second?
A second.
All in favor?
All right.
All right. That's unanimous. Okay, so I think that's all. We'll see each other next Tuesday. I'll go ahead. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Move we adjourn.
No. All right, second. Karen, I'll say that's it. All in favor? All right. So see you all on Tuesday at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
And I will get all that information to you as soon as I can finish putting it together. It's definitely different not having a commercial appraiser to get that stuff together. So it's taking a little time.
Well, thanks, Pete.
I'll see you all next week.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony, for your leadership.
Yeah. Hey, Peter. Oh, crap. I missed him. What'd you think, Bob?
Hi, Dave.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Well,
That's
hang
what
on. We might still be. Are we still being recorded here?
probably. Yeah.
Okay.
See you later.
Yeah.
Have a
I'll
good
see you later.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye.